Good morning and welcome to the Special Magistrate virtual hearing agenda for May 27, 2021. Could all staff present that's going to speak at today's hearing, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Thank you. For the record, all city staff has been sworn in. Our first case is on page 1. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 19091271, case address 1521 Northwest 15th Place. Owner Joseph Mayadine. Personal service was given to this property on April 28, 2021, and posted at City Hall on May 13, 2021. Good morning, Joseph. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Inspector Patrice Jolly for the city. Case number CE 19091271 for the property located at 1521 Northwest 15th Place. This property was first cited on September 24, 2019 to correct the following violations. 18-12A complied, 9-306 complied, 24-27.B complied, 47-34.1.8.1 complied, 9-304B complied, 9-305B, the landscaping at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18-4C, there is a derelict trailer on the property. I have met with the property owner and his daughter 3 times, Your Honor, to correct these violations. And as of pre-hearing inspection done on the 26th of May 26, 2021, the owner requested some extra time to get an axle for the derelict trailer to have it bring it into compliance. So the city's requesting 63 days for 18-4 for the derelict trailer, and for the grass, 30 days for 9305B.
With the grass, you go.
Is it 30 days? 35 days, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
The fine amount is $25 per violation per day.
Okay. 9-305B.
It's 35 days.
35 days.
Yes. And 18-4C, because he needs to order the axle for the trailer, is 63.
63.
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am. Someone there on behalf of the owner? Sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you understand what the gentleman said?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything you want to add, or you have any problem with what he said?
Not at this time, sir, because I think he's very lenient with what we went over yesterday. And I asked him for time and he granted to me. So I'm going to go ahead and get the axle and then put them back to the trailer, sir.
Okay. All right. For the record, I find that each of the 2 remaining violations do exist. 9-305B, 35 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter. 18-4C, 63 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Our next case is on page 26. It's a hearing to impose fines. Inspector Patrice Jolly. Case number CE 19110709. Case address 1941 Northwest 12th Avenue. Owner E&R Holding Group LLC. This case was first heard on 9/23/2020 to comply by 10/10/2020. Suspended 2/25/2021 to 3/5/2021. One section complied at $50 per day. $6,900 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Good morning, Ron. Can you please unmute yourself and raise your right hand?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly for the city. Good
morning.
Excuse me, case number CE 1911-0709 for the address 1941 Northwest 12th Avenue. The property finally, we had a property went to first heard on September 23rd, 2020. With the following violation remained out of compliance, 9-305B, which came into compliance on March 6, 2021 for a total of 138 days at $50 per day. The city is requesting the fines be imposed as read.
The city is requesting.
The fines be imposed as read.
Okay. All right. Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, I was under the impression back then that that I'm in compliance. As soon as I got the second letter telling me that I wasn't in compliance, I took care of it right away. The inspector should, he knows right away. As soon as I got the second letter and I understood that I'm not in compliance, I took care of it right away. That's what I did. I was under the impression that everything's okay. I didn't know I'm out of compliance. As soon as I knew, I took care of it.
Well, according to the city, you were out of compliance on the landscaping issues for 138 days.
Yeah, Your Honor, like there was an issue with, I guess, communication between him and his tenant. The tenant was well aware. I met with them multiple times at the property. So the tenant knew exactly what was happening, what the violations were. I spoke to Mr. The man who's the respondent, the property owner, and he did, after speaking to him, get the violations complied. But the issue was, for some reason, his communication between him and his tenant, I guess he had an agreement with him and the tenant didn't fix it, but that's neither here nor there with the city. We're just gonna request that the fines be imposed. But he did try to correct the violations and did correct them as he received notice and we made contact.
What are the administrative costs on this case?
I'd have to, can I get a call back for that and calculate?
Can we put the case on recall?
Yes, sir.
This case will be
We're going
recalled.
to put your case on recall, so just hang on.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 27, case number CE 19061666, case address 1225 Northwest 11th Place. Owner Johnny Reed, Inspector Patrice Jolly. This case was first heard on 11/7/19 to comply by 1/9/2020. Suspended. There are two suspensions notated on the agenda. One section complied at $25 per day, $1,950 accrued. This is the city's request to vacate the order of October 14th, 2020, and to rehear so that the city can request that no fines be imposed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly for the city, case number CE 9061666, address 1225 Northwest 11th Place. The city is requesting that there are no fines.
Okay, so we need to vacate an order and an order that no fines be imposed.
Yes, sir.
That's granted.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
This is an affordable housing project by the City of Fort Lauderdale Housing and Community Development. And this was a home that was run down with many, many code violations, and it had lots of life safety violations. And the city has torn down the house and built a brand new 5-bedroom, 2,200 square foot house with a 1-car garage. And we're trying to get the certificate of occupancy right away, like tomorrow, so the family can move in. All the code violations have been removed, dismissed. I mean, the house is the most beautiful house in the neighborhood now.
All right, very good.
So we're looking to get the last of these code violation fines removed, waived.
Very good.
And it would be greatly appreciated, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And we have the ribbon cutting ceremony on June 9th or June 10th, I believe. That we're going to have the mayor and the commissioners there. It's going to be a nice thing for the city.
Very good. Okay.
My name is Lawrence Shaliga, and I'm with the City of Fort Lauderdale Housing and Community Development Division under the City Manager's Office.
Very good. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. No fines were imposed.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 16. Inspector Michael Jordan. Case number CE 200-60615. Case address 1424 West Broad Boulevard. Owner Jose Zapata. Personal service was given to this property on May 5th, 2021, and posted the property on May 13th, 2021. Your Honor, there is no respondent for this case. However, we do have city staff that is present that wish to speak on behalf of this case.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Michael Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Department of Sustainable Development, Code Compliance Division, presenting case number CE 2006-0615. Property address is 1424 West Brower Boulevard in the City of Fort Lauderdale. This is a B1 zone commercial property. On June 16, 2020, the property was inspected by the originating inspector. As a result of a neighbor complaint, was issued a notice of violation for the following. Section 15-28, required payments, business tax. This violation has been complied. Section 4719.9A4, display area shall not be used for parking of vehicles used by customers, visitors, and employees of such use. Display area cannot block the ingress, egress to the site and the area along the row. This violation remains. Section 47-20.2A, parking and loading zone required. This violation has been complied. Section 9-305B, landscape in poor condition. The landscaped areas are in poor condition, not being maintained in a neat, well-kept manner. This violation remains. This property has been re-inspected multiple times from the time of notice of violation and remains in violation as noted. City's requesting a finding of fact for the violations that have been complied, 30 days compliance time for the remaining violations, and $100 per day per violation thereafter.
I'm sorry, the city's recommendation is?
Finding of fact for the violations that have been complied.
All right.
30 days compliance time for the remaining violations.
Or
35 days for the remaining violations and $100 per day per violation thereafter.
sorry, 35 days or $100 a day.
Yes, sir.
On behalf of the owner?
As I understand, no one present on behalf of the owner. The city does have one more witness that would like to speak on behalf.
As to the complied violations, I find that they did exist. As to the remaining violations, I find they do exist. 35 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
And the city zoning inspector would like to speak as well, sir.
Good morning, Bert Ford with the zoning department, chief zoning plans examiner. I just wanted to add to the record that on May 22nd of last year, SoFlo came into the planning department and submitted a administrative review. We met with them. We reviewed their plans. They were submitted comments for corrections, and it's been at that stage since last May and June. We've got no responses back from them. I did bring copies of the comments that were sent to them on May 22nd, so we can put it into the record as well.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 17. Inspector Michael Jordan. Case number CE 20110210. Case address 712 Southwest 4th Place. Owner Sophia Vasilakis and George Ganaris. Property posted May 14th, 2021, and posted at City Hall May 13th, 2021.
Do we have a respondent register for this case?
Good morning, George. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Ganaris. Officer Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case number CE 20110210. Property address is 712 Southwest 4th Place in Fort Lauderdale. This is an RS8 zone residential property. On November 6, 2020, this property was inspected as a result of a neighbor complaint, was issued a notice of violation for the following. Section 9-313A, house numbers not visible from the street. This violation has been complied. Section 9-305A, landscape encroaching on the right-of-way. This violation has been complied. Section 9-305B, landscape in poor condition. The landscape areas are in poor condition and not being maintained in a neat, well-kept manner. This violation remains. Section 47-34B1, commercial vehicle equipment parking. There's a crane and other commercial equipment parked on the property. This violation remains. Section 9-308B, debris on the roof. There is debris, trash, or another element which is not permanent on the roof. This violation remains. Section 9-306, exterior maintenance. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing, and peeling paint. This violation remains. Section 47-21.15A, tree removal without a permit. Several trees and palms have been removed without a permit, applied for nor issued, and in the absence of an ISA certified arborist report. This violation remains. This property has been re-inspected multiple times from the time of notice of violation and remains in violation as noticed. At this time, Your Honor, the city landscape inspector would like to speak to the trees.
Right. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning. I'm Laura Tooley, landscape plans examiner with City of Fort Lauderdale. I'm a certified arborist through ISA and with tree risk assessment qualification. I have not inspected the property. I did some research and looked at aerials, which I've submitted for review, that show a large number of trees have been removed between January 2020, January 2021. If you look at the picture right now, that's 2020, and then the previous picture was taken 2021 in January. Obviously, there's a lot of trees that have been removed. No permit is on file or has been applied for as of yesterday. And additionally, I have some concerns. Trees removed right on the waterway may have been mangroves, which would be under state statute and require a county permit.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, there's one other violation, section 18-12A, trash, litter, and debris on the property. This violation also remains. The city's requesting finding a fact for the violations that have been complied, 35 days compliance time for the remaining violations, and $100 per day per violation thereafter.
All right. Is the owner appearing?
Yes.
All right. Did you understand what the gentleman said?
I do, but I think the majority of items have been complied. And I'm not sure, as far as the trees go, I have applied for a permit. It's on the Acela site. And I've also applied for a temporary barrier fence permit as well, because I'm having a seawall redone, and that permit's also being applied for. It's supposed to be released from the county any day now. But we've made every effort to comply with the violations. As far as the trees go, I have had a certified arborist report, and I have submitted that for my permit application that's been uploaded to the city. The debris on the roof, I'm not sure what that is, Officer Jordan. What debris there is up there, but
that's the mold and mildew and staining of the roof material that you had discussed in an email with me prior.
Right. So for that, I've asked the roofing contractor to come take a look, and he told me basically treating that or doing anything with it right now would probably do more damage to the roof because of the tile age, or not the tile, the shingle age. And if you go around the neighborhood, you will see that there are plenty of homes that are even worse than what you see there as far as roof. So, you know, we acquired the property we weren't able to get on the property for over 2 months or probably longer before we can settle with the previous owner. We're currently correcting the seawall because that's a danger to the property. Part of it's collapsed. So we've been trying to just concentrate on doing that so we don't end up having a disaster on our hands here. So the truck has been removed. I don't know if you've seen that, Officer Jordan. The landscaping has been leveled off, like you said there were ruts and things. That's been leveled off.
Anything else from the city?
Your Honor, the city feels that plenty of time has been granted for Mr. Ganaris to come into compliance, and the
Yes,
city
sir.
stands.
You have something else to add?
No, sir. City stands.
All right. As to the complied provisions, I find the violations did exist. As to the remaining provisions, I find the violations continue to exist. 35 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ganaris, thank you for coming today.
Is there any way I can get some more time on that? There's a lot of, it's really tough.
Progress here. You need to stay in touch with the adjuster or with the compliance officer. And you can always request an extension so long as something is being done. All right.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. We are recalling the case on page 26 with Inspector Patrice Jolly. Case number CE-1911-0709. Case address 1941 Northwest 4th Avenue, owner E&R Holding Group, LLC.
Good morning again, Your Honor.
Hang on 1 second. Okay. Oh, okay. Yes. All right. Okay, we're back on page 26.
All right.
Okay, so tell me again, what was the issue with the tenant?
The tenant, I guess, he made an agreement with him. From when I spoke to him and I actually met him at the property, he made an agreement with the tenant to correct the violations prior to us even having to come to the first hearing. And the tenant didn't do as they discussed. So the violations remain and continue to accrue and be at compliance, even after we went to Magistrate the first time too. So until I met with him the second time at the property, that's when the violations were corrected.
Okay, and you were going to check the administrative?
Yes, the administrative cost is $718. $718.
$718. Okay. All right. Under the circumstances, everything's complied.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to impose administrative costs $718.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 25 with Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE-191-00069, case address 625 Coral Way, owner Thomas A. Valerio. This case was first heard on 2/6/2020 to comply by 3/12/2020. There are 4 suspensions notated on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $150 per day. $28,350 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Good morning, Ryan. Can you please raise your right hand?
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE-1910069 for the property located at 625 Coral Way. Case first heard February 6, 2020. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by March 12, 2020. Case was next heard March 16, 2020. The magistrate granted an extension and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by August 13, 2020. The case was next heard on August 13th, 2020. The magistrate granted another extension, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations of the property by August 28th, 2020. Case was next heard August 28th, 2020. The magistrate granted an extension, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by October 14th, 2020. The case was last heard October 14th, 2020. Magistrate granted an extension, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by November 20th, 2020. Violation at the property remains. I have not received any communication or feedback from the attorney or his clients regarding access to the property to conduct an inspection. The city is requesting full imposition of fines in the amount of $28,350.
All right. On behalf of the owner.
Yes, good morning, Magistrate. My name is Ryan Abrams. I'm the attorney for the property owner. I have, I actually wanted to move for a continuance of today's hearing to a date in July. I wasn't able to get the project manager for the dock construction here today, and I think it would be helpful for him to be here to testify to the progress of the work that's being done on site. And if so, I'd like to submit that motion for your consideration.
All right. Well, this has been going on for a long time, still not in compliance, multiple hearings. I'm going to grant the city's.
No, you magistrate, I would like to, if before you grant anything substantive, I would like the opportunity to respond with my evidence that I've submitted. But if you're, I'd ask for a ruling first on the motion for continuance that's been submitted.
I'm sorry, repeat that, please, counsel.
I've made a motion for continuance of today's hearing to July.
On what grounds?
I was not able to get the project manager in charge of the dock construction here today. His presence would be helpful for the record and to instruct the magistrate and this tribunal on what has happened on the property and why our position is that it is complied with. And the order of this tribunal has been complied with in a timely manner. So his presence here is essential for that, and that's why I'm asking for a continuance.
Your Honor, I appreciate Mr. Abrams' diligence, but it wasn't until he arrived on this case that the property owner chose to do anything at all. This has been going on for far too long. In my view, it's a waste of our resources and our time here. We can't keep just delaying this case in the hopes that they eventually at some point could get the fines reduced to the administrative costs or zero. We do have a process in the city that if we impose the fines today, once the violation has been brought in compliance, they can apply for a lien reduction.
All right, I'm inclined to agree with the city's position. I'm going to deny the motion for continuance. The fines are imposed as read. And
Sir, excuse me. I have not had an opportunity to address the substance. I've only put a motion on the floor for continuance. I haven't had an opportunity to explain why we are in compliance. But if you're denying the motion for continuance, I would only ask for an opportunity to explain why we are in compliance.
All right, sir. I've made my ruling. There will be another hearing on this coming up, but I understand your position. But this has been going on for a long time with multiple hearings. So,
if I may add, any consideration of the evidence that I put forth, just want to put that on the record. Okay, I put evidence showing that we've obtained permits. All right, the original order stated that that the corrective action required is to obtain permits. This is not a simple overnight project. We're completely removing the dock and the seawall and replacing it. There is a permit that is active. We've submitted that into the record. There is a Broward County environmental resource license that has been obtained. So I want to just end it. The record is up on the screen. There is evidence that we are in compliance. We've obtained the permits. That is what the order required as corrective action, obtain permits. And so because we have obtained permits and progress is ongoing, as long as that permit remains issued, we're in compliance.
Okay. Mr.
Your Honor, progress is not compliance. Again, as I mentioned in my presentation, the attorney and client haven't
or can be addressed at the proper time once we come into compliance.
Today is the proper time. The reason for today's hearing is to determine what.
Thank you. I have made my ruling. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 3. for Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 21020798. Case address 505 Breakers Avenue. Owner Union Holdings LLC. This property was posted on 4/28/21 and posted at City Hall on 5/13/21.
I'm sorry, Katrina, could you repeat the case?
Sure, CE 21020798.
Hello,
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand and state your name for the record?
Ralph Andujar.
Do you swear and affirm to speak at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 21020798 for the property located at 505 Breakers Avenue. This property was first inspected February 24, 2001, and given 30 days to correct for the following violation: 47-19.5.E.7. The fence at this property is leaning, disconnected, and generally not maintained. Pre-hearing inspection conducted yesterday afternoon determined that the violation has been brought into compliance, and that at this time the city is requesting a finding of fact that the violation did exist.
All right, so is in compliance.
Yes, effective yesterday, sir.
All right, so anyone appearing on behalf of the owner?
Yes.
All right. Sir?
Yes.
Anything you want to add? You've come into compliance, so there's no fine. There's just a request for a finding that the violation did exist.
Yes, and we will make sure that we maintain and we keep everything clean. We know the inspector very well, but we're going to make sure that it's kept up in all areas.
Very good. Thank you, sir. So I
Thank you.
fact that the violation did exist.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 23. It is an administrative hearing. Case number SE 200800073. Case address 1122 Northwest. Owner Restoring Grace Community Church, Inc. Inspector Wanda Aquavela. Wanda, do I need to swear you in?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings, you and Wilson Quintero Jr.?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Simonet. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Your Honor. Case and address is read. The property was cited on August 11, 2020 for having bulk trash out on the city soil. We re-inspected it on 8/13/2020. Both times pictures were taken. The first time the property was cited with the proper paperwork. We sent a driver to pick it up on 8/14/2020.
Right. Okay, posted on the property.
Can you hear me, Your Honor?
All right. All right. Who's going to speak on behalf of the owner?
That's me, Your Honor.
All right. Tell me what you'd like to
Well,
say about this.
Well, we wanted to say that property belongs to the church, but that dumping did not occur by our church. That stretch there is routinely, as you can see right there by the pole, routinely things are dumped there by people who go up and down that stretch from 8th Ave, from Powerline Road to 12th Street. And so that was not something that was done by the church. So we wanted to make that clear. We've reported this, to the commissioner's office on several occasions by phone to let them know that that's occurring there, and they may need to do something there, putting cameras there. That fence on the right-hand side of that picture, that belongs to the church. So right in between that space, things are often routinely dumped there.
All right, sir. All right, this is an administrative hearing.
Yeah.
And the only issue before me today is whether or not the city complied with the ordinance. Based upon the testimony and the evidence, I find that the city did, in fact, comply with the ordinance, had a right to pick up the disposed item, and I'm going to deny the appeal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you explain that to me, sir? I'm trying to understand what you mean.
I just did, and it's not a question of was it your fault. The issue is it was on your property. The city followed the ordinance and posted that it had to be removed within a certain time. And if it was not removed by the owner, it was going to be removed by the city at the expense of the owner. And that's what happened, and that's what the law provides. So I understand your concerns about it, but my obligation is to follow the law and the procedure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Our next case on page 23, case number SE 21020013, case address 3250 Jackson Boulevard, owner Miriam V. Smith Trust, Derek Smith trustee, Inspector Wanda Aquavela.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. The property was first sighted on 2/1/21. We took pictures, posted the notice of violation. We went back on 2/3/21, and the trash was still there. We took pictures again, and we sent our driver to get it, and he removed it on 2/4/21.
Okay, on behalf of the owner.
The owner was in the room. We're checking now to see if he dropped off the call when we promoted him to panelist.
Okay, no appearance by the owner?
Well, we'll recall the case. He was in the room. We're not sure what happened, but we'll recall it if he shows back up into the room.
At 3250 Jackson Boulevard, is the owner of the property connected?
It appears he dropped off the call. We will recall the case because he seems to be having technical difficulties. So we will recall the case once we have those corrected.
Okay, all right, so we're going to recall the case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll recall.
Our next case is on page 25. Captain Robert Kersarwich, case number FC 2001-0007, 3711 North Ocean Boulevard, owner MyFL Management LLC. This case was first heard on 1/14/21 to comply by 3/25/21. One section not complied at $100 per day, $6,300 accrued. The city is requesting full amount in fines continue to accrue. Good morning, Eden and Maria. Can you please raise your right hands? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good
Captain
morning.
Robert Sarge, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. Case number FC-2001-0007 for the property address at 3711 North Ocean Boulevard. As read, this is a hearing to impose fines. This was work that was done that required an after-the-fact permit. Work was completed prior to obtaining a permit. They did go in and they obtained a fire sprinkler permit to sprinkle this new area that they enclosed under the outside walkways. That permit has been since finalized and approved. However, for the enclosure itself, there is a building permit application that still has not been approved. It was first applied for on January 22nd of 2021 with review comments that needed to be corrected. It was finally picked up and returned back to the city and reviewed again by the building department on 3/26 of 2021, of which it failed again. Plans got picked up one more time, sent back out for corrections, reviewed again after they came back into the city on 5/20 of 21, and has failed again. The problem seems to be is the construction type of what they used, and this actually speaks to the fact of why permits are required prior to obtaining a permit, because it has not been constructed in order to meet the minimum building code. So we do have a respondent that's here. We also, I believe, have their representation. Let's hear from them. City's requesting that we impose the fines. My last conversation, though, with one of the respondents here this morning with Maria is that they realize the construction is not of the right type. And I think they're going to ask to move forward with demolition and remove it completely to bring the property into compliance.
All right. And that would require another permit.
It does not, because it was not constructed with a permit.
Okay, follow you.
So they can just remove the non-permitted work and that would be fine.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Idan Weiner, speaking on behalf of my FL Management. As the inspector said, we had issues with the permit. Unfortunately, the construction was of the wrong type. As the fire chief has said, we can go ahead and be able to remove that without the permit, and we'll try to do that as soon as possible. And we hope that we can have a forbearance on the imposition of fines and get rid of the structure as soon as possible and notify the inspector thereafter.
I'm sorry, just to be clear, you're going to demolish that portion of the structure?
Yeah, we're gonna get.
Okay, somebody tell me.
Maria?
Go ahead.
It's because it's constructed out of wood, sir. So what's gonna happen is we're just gonna remove the wood paneling and we're gonna remove it, and then when he's ready to start building it the proper way with the metal studs, then we're gonna turn in the new plans, because I already have the new plans. I just need to turn them in.
All right, I'm not 100% clear as to what the owner's gonna do with this issue.
We're going to take it down.
You're going to take it down?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought, and then I thought you said no. So I'm okay. All right. So what I am inclined to do is to give you some reasonably short period of time to do that.
Yes, sir.
I mean, have you hired someone to do that, or are you going to do it yourself?
We have a maintenance team that will do it.
Say again.
We have a maintenance crew that will be able to take it down.
All right. Okay. What I'm going to grant a 28-day extension. Is that,
okay, sir. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to stay the fines of this date and grant a 28-day extension to come into compliance, okay, presumably by destroying the improper structure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Just for clarification, that is removal of the entire work that was done without permits.
All right.
All right.
I hope that you're clear about that. If you have any questions, consult with the enforcement officer.
Yes, sir.
All right. Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very good.
Thank you. Our next cases are on pages 4, 5, and 6. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 210305552. Case address 7. I'm sorry, let me go back to page. I'm sorry, page 4, yeah. Case address 730 Northeast 4th Avenue. Owner Stanton Pender of Flagler Village 1 LLC. Property posted 5/4/2021. Posted at City Hall 5/13/2021. On page 5, They're different addresses, so I'll call them one at a time. Go ahead, guys. Good morning, Andrew. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Madam Clerk, this is actually 730 and 738 Northwest 4th Avenue. It's two parcels, but one owner. Case number CE 21030552 and CE 21030554. Can we read them together?
Sure, go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 21030552 for the property located at 730 Northeast 4th Avenue. And case number CE 21030554 for the property located at 738 Northeast 4th Avenue. Inspection of the properties were performed on March 17th and cited for the following violations: 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or in its swale. This is a recurring violation. This case will be presented to the special magistrate as a recurring violation for case number CE 150-82437, CE 171-11306, CE 180-20689, CE 180-41410, CE 181-10790, CE 191-21302, CE 171-11307, CE 191-21301, whether it comes into compliance before the hearing or not. Notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on March 18 of 2021, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner. Special master notice was mailed to the property owner on March 30 of 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection was done on May 24th, 2021. The pictures presented here were taken to confirm that we do have compliance, sir. And for both cases, we're asking for a finding of fact for both properties and cases.
All right, so it's now in compliance. All right, on behalf of the owner.
Good morning, Your Honor. Andrew Shine with Lockery and Chakas representing the property owner. We do appreciate that the city recognizes that the property is in compliance. The only issue that we had with this one is that the notice of public nuisance and the notice of today's hearing was sent to the wrong address. It was sent to the wrong suite number, not the one listed on BCPA. BCPA lists a suite number of 17. These notices were sent to a suite number of 15. So had the property owner received it at the proper address listed on BCPA, they would have rectified it significantly sooner. And interestingly enough, we did get cited we got a statement of assessed costs and expenses. The city stated that they came out and cleared it on their own. When they sent us the invoice, that one was sent to the right address. But the original notice was sent to the wrong address. So I don't know if we can get those clearing costs abated at all. But we didn't have notice of this until we got the invoice, really.
We're here for the finding of facts, sir. That's a different matter, sir. The cost is a different matter. It's a different case.
Right. Sorry for my ignorance here, who would we speak to about the clearing costs that we were assessed?
Okay, so the proper thing at this point is just simply to make a finding of fact that the violation did exist. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Your Honor, for the record, Ronna Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. I think staff should check to see where the violation was mailed in light of council's representation that it went to the wrong suite number. BCPA does in fact say that the suite number is B17 for the property owner. So if it was sent to the wrong address, the city would withdraw those two cases.
It's not for this case, ma'am.
Oh,
It is for both of these cases ending in 552 and 554. And I can share my screen if you want. I have a copy of the notices pulled up.
Ms. Rhonda, if may I enlighten, we did send a work order. We did send it for the swale area. They do have a no trespassing sign, so
yeah,
vendors.
no, I'm talking about the work order. I just want to know where this violation went to. Your Honor, the file, correctly reflects, the clerk has handed me the document with the certified mail that the owner was, in fact, noticed at the proper address, Suite B17. And the notice of hearing, notice of violation is consistent with what is listed on BCPA for these two cases. So yes, the inspector's request for the finding of fact would be in order based upon the proper notice.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm again going to make a finding of fact the violation did exist.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I do have the notice of public nuisance with the wrong address on it. So I'm not sure what you're looking at, but the copy I was given does have the wrong address on it.
Andrew, can you send it to me if you don't mind?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 5 with Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 20121060. Case address 1841 Miami Road. Owner Stanton Pender of Miami Road 1. Property posted 5/10/2021. Posted at City Hall 5/13/2021.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 20121060 for the property located at 1841 Miami Road. Inspection of the property was performed on December 30th of 2020 and cited for the following violations. 18-4C complied. 47-34.4.8.1 complied. 47-34.1.8.1 complied. 9-304B, the gravel or paved driveway is not well graded and or dust free. This case will be presented to the special magistrate as a recurring violation for case number 150-20509, whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on the property on its swale. This case will be presented to the special magistrate as a recurrent violation for CE 191-19236, whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. Courtesy notice was issued and posted on the property, as well as mailed to the property owner listed in BCPA via first class mail on December 30th of 2020, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. On January 28th, contact has been made with the property owner, representatives, and tenants. Hearing notice was mailed to the property owner on March 1st of 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection was done on May 24, 2021. And the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations have not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting the following. For 18-12A, 14 days to come into compliance. And for 9-304B, 63 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $50 for each of the violations that exist.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Good morning, Your Honor. Andrew Shine with Lockery and Chakas here on behalf of the owner. We are fine with those timeframes. I do also want to note on this case as well, it's a similar owner name. It's actually the same owner, just a different entity. The notice of violation and notice of hearing also has the wrong address on this one. So Portia, I'll send that to you as well. But we are okay with the time limits presented. And I just want to confirm that there are no fines currently running.
That's correct. Okay.
Okay.
304B, I find the violation does exist. 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. 8-12A, 14 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I could just say it for the record, Portia Williams, Assistant Director for DSD, if when I receive the documents, if they have the wrong mailing address, we'll come back and correct it at a hearing. And I just want to say that for the record.
All right.
Counsel, you're saying that this address is wrong also?
On the notice of violation and notice of hearing that we received, yes, it's listed as Suite B15 again.
Can we take a look at this file then?
And I'm sending it to Portia right now.
What was sent? Okay. It's the original notice. Which one? Your Honor, after looking at the file, perhaps, yeah, counsel can send these to Ms. Williams. What is in the city's file, the notice of violation, notice of hearing, the certified mail, all indicate B17. So yeah, if counsel can send it, and then if we find that there's an error, we'll bring it back to vacate. But what's in the file is the correct address.
Thank you. I just sent it to Portia, and I'm not trying to mislead anyone. I'm just reiterating what I received as a copy of the notice. So.
I believe what you're saying is true, just because there are some issues with the seller feeding from GIS. So I do definitely believe it's a possibility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right. Have a good morning.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 6. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 200-90564, case address 200 North Andrews Avenue. Owner, Curtis T. Bell Trust, Curtis T. Bell Trustee, property posted 5/4/21, posted at City Hall 5/13/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the city, we're sending case number CE 2009-0564 for the property located at 200 North Andrews Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on September 9th of 2020 by Inspector Roberta Jones and cited for the following violations. 47-21.15.D.1.E. The black olive tree of this property has been hat rack tree abused. Courtesy notice was issued and mailed to the owner listed on BCPA first class mail on October 13 of 2020, allowing 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the representative of the building. Hearing notice was mailed to the property on April 6th of 2021. Pre-hearing inspection was done on May 24th. The trees are still there, but no permits have been obtained for the tree abuse. That's basically it. So the city's requesting 10 days to come into compliance to get the permits or the permit or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that exists.
Right. Or 10 days or
$100 thereafter.
Okay. All right. Okay. On behalf of the owner.
Judy Dolan on behalf of the owner, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We are asking for an extension of 30 days. The paperwork has been submitted to the city and we need to make an appointment with DRC in order to go over what trees they're looking for in those particular instances. And with the holidays and everything, we don't believe 10 days is ample time. But the permit, we have a temporary permit number, so it is in the works. We're just looking for 30 days.
I don't know why that's necessary. The compliance is applying for the permit.
Applying to obtain the permit, yes, because it's the action has been already done. It's been performed. Now, they did try to obtain a permit last year, but it was voided for some reason. So all they have to do is resubmit and get the permit, sir.
All right.
But does that not require a meeting with DRC also?
I'm not sure. They will have
it's telling us that it is.
If you want to, sir, we can actually have those 35 days, if that will suffice then.
Yes, please.
All right. Okay. 35 violation does exist. 35 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 32.
32.
Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 20110526. Case address 734 Northwest 4th Avenue, numbers 1 through 5. Owner Community 8 Properties LLC. This property was cited on 1/14/21 to comply by 2/4/21. Two sections complied at $25 per day, $475 accrued. The city is requesting $250. Good morning, Andrew. Please raise your right hand.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas presenting the case CE 20110526, located at 734 Northwest 4th Avenue. This case came before a special master in January 14, 2021, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on November 17 of 2020. A total of 9 re-inspections were made to the property. There were conversations by phone and in person with the property manager and how to come into compliance. Again, we do have compliance in this case and the city is requesting the $250.
Hello, good morning.
Okay, all right. Is there an appearance on behalf of the owner?
Yes, there is, Your Honor.
Okay, the city is requesting a fine of $250.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'm inclined to reduce the fine to that amount, $250.
Actually, Your Honor, there was an issue back then because Inspector Caracas, he inherited this case. When we were here the first time for this special magistrate hearing, we were given 14 days. And on that special magistrate hearing, I agreed for the 14 days because I submitted for the previous special magistrate hearing all the proof that actually we did perform on the same day or the day before for the special magistrate hearing. The new issue came up actually on the same day when I met Inspector Von Malakios, that he requested to change the door itself. And he was requesting us to pull a permit that I had to double check with the chief executive structure officer that actually no permit needs to be proved or pulled if we are changing only the door. So they requested us to change the door, which is an additional request actually what we had to do because we did fix the door. Unfortunately, when they saw it the second time after the special magistrate, they didn't like the door. So they requested us, which we did. Unfortunately, with the emailing back and forth with the city and getting that job done, the 14 days wasn't enough. So that's why we ran out of time.
So you were out of compliance 10 days on one, 9 days on the other.
Yes.
The total is more than the city's requesting. Grant the city's request to impose $250.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Let's take a brief recess, 5 minutes.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Good morning. We're getting ready to resume this morning's special magistrate hearing. Our next case on page 23. We are recalling the case for an administrative hearing, case number SE 21020013, case address 3250 Jackson Boulevard. Owner, Miriam V. Smith Trust, Derek Smith Trustee. Good morning, Mr. Smith. Can you please raise your right hand and state your name for the record?
Good morning, Derek Smith.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. The property was cited on February 1st, 2021. It was re-inspected on February 3rd, 2021. When we cited it, we posted the proper paperwork and took pictures. When we re-inspected, we took more pictures. We sent our driver out to get it. He removed it on February 4th, 2021.
All right, we've got a picture of the posting.
There it is.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, on behalf of the owner.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Oh, for the record, I'm not seeing anything. I haven't seen the pictures. And my question, the first question I would have is that it was cited on February 1st and then collected on February 4th. So that was 4 days, I guess, and I didn't have any notice or any information about this until March 6th, I believe.
All right, so this is an administrative hearing. The property was properly posted by the city. My function at this point is to determine whether or not the city complied with this ordinance. And from the evidence that is presented in the photographs and the sworn testimony, it appears to me that to be clear that the city did in fact comply with the ordinance, and your administrative hearing.
Is there any way that I can see?
I'm sorry?
Is there any way that I can see what the violation was? I was hoping this would be my opportunity for that.
You're connected by telephone, so I don't, unless you're connected.
Yes, I was on. I was online, and as you called my name the first time, it went to host has made you a panelist. You're joining this webinar as a panelist.
Well,
it's still buffered.
All right, sir, I'm going to go ahead.
My point is that had I had any knowledge of this, I would have had something done about it. But I wasn't on the property in February at all. And I had no knowledge about it until after it was already taken away. And I'm being charged with something that if I would have had knowledge of, I would have removed it. I had it removed.
Okay. All right, sir, again, it was properly posted. Notice was sufficient under the ordinance. So I'm going to deny your appeal.
So am I to understand that notice could be put on the property without the property owner being notified about the issue and still being responsible?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
If that's the case, I just wasted an hour and a half on this phone on trying to get through to you. Had I known that prior, I could have used this time a lot more productively.
Sir, I don't have time to argue about it or continue to discuss it. We have a very long docket this morning. A lot of other people.
Yeah, well.
So your case has been heard and been ruled on. So we're going to call the next case at this point.
Okay, so we're all wasting time. Thank
Thank you. Our next case on page 23. Case number SE 210-20180. Case address 609 Southeast 16th Court. Owner Scotty and Lee LLC.
Hello.
Good morning, Sam. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Wanda Aquapella for the city. The case was cited on February 18th, 2021. Pictures were taken, notice was posted. We re-inspected on February 22nd, 2021. Trash was still there. We took more pictures. We sent our driver to remove it. He removed it on 2023-21.
All right. See if we got a photograph of the posting.
There was no posting. I did.
Right there, right? There it is.
That's not the posting.
Well, there's a sign that says no parking and the piece of paper above it.
That's okay. That's not the posting. That's my sign.
The no parking sign is your sign?
Yes.
And the other piece of paper there?
That's not a posting. What does it say?
That's our notice.
I can't read it. I'd like this dismissed.
Okay, Ms. Aquavella, is that?
Yes, sir.
Hang on.
That is our posting. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm looking at the photograph. Okay.
You can't read it. It's ineligible.
Well, the photograph might be ineligible. Illegible.
I go by there once a week and it wasn't on there. So 3 weeks prior, I paid for someone to dump, which I submitted a receipt for that.
No other place to post it. There's no building there.
Well, she should have got a better picture of it. Unfortunately, this isn't going to be sufficient.
Okay. The testimony is that is the posting, and I don't know where else you could have put the posting other than the on the sign. So the property from the evidence is properly posted. The city complied with the ordinance, and the petition is denied. Thank you.
So I can't. Hello?
Yes, sir.
There's some other issues too.
Well, tell me very quickly.
Okay, the trash wasn't on my property. It's actually where the road is caved in. It's on the road.
Well, but it's on the swale, which is your responsibility also.
That's not the swale, that's the road. It's caved in over time and it hasn't been repaired.
Okay, anything else you want to raise?
Can we get someone out to fix the road over there?
I'm sorry?
Is there any way to get the city out to fix the road?
I don't have anything to do with that. Okay. I'm looking at the photographs afterward, and
there's no posting though. You haven't showed me a posting that I can read.
All right. I find that it was posted. The testimony is that it was posted. I don't know where else you would put the posting. So the posting was made, the ordinance was complied with, and the petition is denied. Thank you,
right,
sir.
There's pond fronds on the property. There's no pond frond plants on that property. Somebody dumped it on the road.
Sir, I've made my ruling. We have a very large docket today, and there are a lot of other people waiting. So I think the evidence was clear in your case. So I'm standing
Nothing's
by
clear.
my
I
ruling.
can't read it.
Okay.
How's that
The
clear?
clerk is going to call the next case. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 33. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 19081100, case address 666 West Broad Boulevard, owner Burger King Corp. number 43 in care of Ryan. This case was first heard on 1/16/2020 to comply by 3/19/2020. There are 2 suspensions notated on the agenda. One section complied at $250 per day, $17,250 accrued. 4 sections complied at $250 per day, $96,000 accrued, $113,250 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and this was in order to reappear. Good morning, Russ. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is in order to reappear to see where the Burger King is actually at today. The person is on the phone. If you see where we're at with this case, with his progress, actually.
Okay, this was ordered to reappear initially, first heard in January 2020. We got one that was withdrawn. 4 not in compliance, 1 in compliance, no fine, 1 in compliance with a out of compliance for 69 days at $250 a day. Okay, and this is hearing to impose fines. So on behalf of the owner.
Yes, Your Honor. We are actually finally got all the permits that were necessary. They took a very long time in the city and county and state because we actually are on 3 roads because we have to tie into a sewer system across the street. And the inspection process has taken a while on the building, and the building permits have been issued as of about 2 weeks ago. And everything, we're now, what does the general contractor call it? Putting together the timing with the state or the county. I'm not sure which one it is on 7th Avenue to cross over the street and get all the work done and accomplished. We've been working diligently with the state, with the city, and with the state, and getting all the permits completed.
Well, so what are you?
This is a major. We're requesting an additional 90 days worth of extension to complete the work and get it all done. This is a major overhaul. As the city puts it, this is the gateway to downtown Broward, and their request has taken a while to get approved and get it all permitted.
Your Honor, the city does not oppose if you actually grant any extension. I know that the owner has been having issues with the state because again, this is a state road. Yeah, so he's been having issues with that.
All right, so we're granted a 91-day extension, stay the fines as of this date.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Got a 91-day extension.
Thank you, Your Honor. And to amend the record in which I read, it's 4 sections not complied at $250 per day. My apologies. Our next case is on page 8. Inspector Tiffany Holder, case number CE 21030226, case address 3912 Southwest 14th Street, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Aldine Watson, property posted 5/5/21, posted at City Hall 5/13/21.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Watson. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Hang on 1 second, please.
Sure.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Inspector Holder with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Cases CE 210-30226, property address 3912 Southwest 14th Street, owned by Aldine Watson. Type of property is residential family multi-dwelling. The property was discovered during a Sunset Civic project on 3/5/21, where the following violations were observed. 9304B, the driveway is not well graded and maintained. 9305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are bare areas of dead and missing ground cover. On 5/13/21, the property was posted with a notice of hearing. On 5/26, a pre-hearing inspection was conducted and the violations remain at this time. Photos were submitted for evidence. The city is requesting 30 days to comply or a fine amount of $25 per day per violation.
I'm sorry, repeat the city's recommendation, please.
Sure. 30 days to comply or a fine amount of $25 per violation per day.
As to each.
Each, correct.
Okay, very good. Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, I'm the owner, sir. Good morning.
Did you understand what the lady said?
Yeah, I understand that. I'm actually in the works of getting that done. I've got the letters everything from the contractor ready to go. I just need to turn it into him so he can go ahead and pull the permission. As far as the grass go, I was gonna ask for a little extension on that section because I wanted to pull a permit to get the water separated. So I don't know if the city's gonna dig and mess up the grass again. And I'm in the same predicament if I go ahead and lay the grass myself. There's just some sitting areas. I was wondering if I could put like a little walkway path of rock. What do you call that?
Pavers?
Pavers, yes. Around the area just to make it look presentable, or I just go ahead and ask for extension on the grass area. But as far as the driveway, I think in 30 days, pulling the permit and getting it fixed should be doable.
The city want to add something?
I mean, at this time, we're willing to work with you. I mean, unfortunately, the communication wasn't there until the notice of hearing. I understand due to circumstances that were out of your control, health issues. So
yes.
If you continue to, communicate with me as you were recently, we can move forward with this.
Okay. Yes. No problem. I'll continue to communicate with them. Yeah, I have I don't want to bring it up, but just a little health issues with the family, but that's beside the point. I just a little extra days on the extra 30 days on the grass area due to it's going to be rainy season now. So hopefully we can lay some grass and get that looking flourish and put some flowers up. But as far as the driver,
Right, we're giving you the 30 days. Are you requesting additional time?
Yes, I was actually requesting additional 30 days on the grass area.
So 60 days in total.
60 days in total, yes. That's that.
One moment.
Okay, all right. Okay, I find that each violation does exist. 63 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Okay, got it. 63 days.
Oh, okay, on 9-305B.
Correct.
And for 9-304B, 35 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next case is on page 40. Inspector Tiffany Holder. Case number CE 2005-0605. Case address 820 Arizona Avenue. Owner, Alarine Miller. This case was first heard on 2/25/21. To comply by 3/7/21, one section not complied at $25 per day, $2,025 accrued. One section complied at $25 per day, $1,650 accrued. A total of $3,675 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Good morning, Ellery. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Inspector Holder, the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 200-50605, case and address as read. The city is seeking the full imposition of fines.
Okay, it's not in compliance. Okay, on behalf of the city, have anything else?
Not at this time.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Your Honor, I did not get the first violation, and I did not know that there was a violation out for me because I'm a law-abiding citizen. And when I do get the second violation, it was kind of early for me to do everything. My tenant is Mr. Malcolm Martin, and I begged him several times to clean the garage up or the carport, and he would not. Your Honor, I have to go there myself and did it. And I have done my best, and also I think my best is good enough.
Okay, ma'am, the outdoor storage, that has been complied, all right? But you still have an uncomplied violation about the landscaping. So let's talk about
Yes, sir. The landscaping, the money was not there for me to do the landscaping. As I said, I did not get the first violation. And I have tried my best, and I did finish yesterday. I even went through the process of borrowing to do whatever I have to do in order to comply with the law. And I am asking for an extension of time so that the inspector can go back to check the property about the grass, because I have laid it down.
And just to be clear, you're asking for an extension of time on the landscaping. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, but
How much time are you requesting?
Can I get about 30 days, sir?
All right, I'm gonna grant a 28-day extension and stay those fines as of this date, okay? And then when you come into compliance, we'll look at the whole picture of the fines, all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just get the landscaping taken care of within 28 days, all right? Very important.
The landscaping is done. It is taken care of. Pardon me, sir?
Okay, good luck, ma'am. Stay on top of this.
The landscape, Your Honor, sir, can I say something?
Well, ma'am, I've ruled on your case. If everybody wants to always say something more, and there are 50 people waiting. So
Ms. Miller,
I think we've said everything we need to say. You've got 28 days to comply. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 9. Inspector Bovrig-Zantis, case number CE 21020569, case address 526 Northwest 15th Way, owner 526 Northwest 15th Way Land Trust, Home for You LLC trustee. Property posted 5/13/21, posted at City Hall 5/13/21. Good morning, Andre. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 21020569, property address 526 Northwest 15 Way. This property was first inspected on February 17, 2021, and the following was observed. Violation 9-305B. The landscape is not being maintained. There are missing in all bare areas of lawn cover on the property and soil area. A notice of hearing was posted on property on May 13, 2021, and the pre-hearing was conducted on May 21st, 2021, revealed as the soil remains in violation as depicted in the photo. The city is requesting 35 days to correct the violation or a fine of $50 per violation each day thereafter.
All right. Okay. On behalf of the owner, you're muted, I believe. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. My name is Andre Sagdi on behalf of the owner and property manager. There was some misunderstanding of where the bare areas were. We have resoldered the entire swale in front of the property. It should be complied with. I think 35 days. The inspector will come out there and comply. So we're good.
All right. Okay. So I find the violation does exist. 35 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 36, Inspector Bovrig-Xantis. Case number CE 2009-0706. Case address 1111 Northwest 12th Street. Owner Orlando Desir Jr. Estate. Case first heard 11421 to comply by 21721. One section not complied at $50 per day. $4,950 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Hello.
Good morning, Orlando. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2009-0706, property address 1111 Northwest 12th Street. This case was first heard on January 14, 2021, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered 62 days to correct all violation at this property. A notice of hearing was posted on property on May 14, 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 22nd, 2021, revealed that the remaining violation, which was the landscape, is now in compliance. And the city is requesting the imposition of the fine in full and to cases complied. Yeah, the city is requesting the imposition of fine.
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
The city is requesting the full imposition of the fines.
Imposition of fines. All right. Okay, on behalf of the owner. Someone speaking on behalf of the owner?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Did you understand what the gentleman said?
Yes, I understood what he said, but the thing is, honestly, I think there was like a miscommunication because I didn't know there was a fine on the house.
There was no communication between us, Your Honor, up until case was scheduled for hearing. And even before the case was scheduled for the hearing on January 14, 2021, we were not being in contact up until the case was scheduled for the hearing. And property owner just reached out to me recently to go over the cases in violation with them, so which we went over them. But there was no actual communication before the case went to a hearing.
Okay, so city's request remains.
No,
I'm not understanding what you're trying to tell me is about the fine.
No, because the thing is, what I'm trying to figure out is there any way to waive the fine? I'm trying to figure out is there a way to do that? Because today my wife called the inspector and I thought we were in compliance.
Your Honor, case was never in compliance. This is a case that been going on, and there were several violations, and sometimes that kept on repeating itself. And the last remaining violation just brought up to compliance yesterday as on the 22nd, as a pre-hearing inspection was conducted.
All right.
They can also request a lien reduction at if they would like also, Your Honor.
Repeat that, please.
They can also request a lien reduction if they would like to do so.
Right. It was out of compliance 99 days.
Hmm. You wanna?
Hello, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it is complied.
Yes, case is in compliance.
It is. Okay. So it's in compliance and was out of compliance 99 days.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Supervisor Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale. The inspector is saying that the property is now in compliance. So if the property is in compliance now, we wouldn't need to go back to a lien reduction. If Your Honor is inclined to reduce the fines at this time, based that it's a massive hearing, that can be done at this time.
Okay.
This should be 4,700.
Okay.
She said you can reduce the fine if you'd like.
Okay. All right. Okay. So to address a reduction of the fines, he has to waive notice, or can we just do that?
Your Honor, this
Your
is
Honor,
a
you can, he doesn't need to waive notice. This is a hearing to impose.
Yes.
So since the case is in compliance,
Okay.
if Your Honor sees fit, you can reduce
right,
the amount or
okay.
impose.
Okay. All right. Okay. Here okay.
Or assess administrative costs, of course, as well. That's a
Okay. How much are administrative costs?
$990, Your Honor.
Oh, $990. Okay. That's okay. All right. I'm going to impose administrative costs, $990. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. But I'm sorry, Your Honor, can I ask one more question, please?
All right. You'll get a written order in the mail. I've waived
Okay.
the fine and imposed administrative cost.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 38. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 21040212. Case address 1151 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, Owner Park Tower Association, Inc. This property was cited on 4/8/21 to comply by 4/8/21. One section not comply at $100 per day, $4,900 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation. Good morning, Alex. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Thank you.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Kaloyan with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 21040212. Case address is 1151 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This case is a citation, and it was cited. It was first cited on April 8th, 2021, in regards to the sea turtle lighting. We did give a 14-day extension that was approved through Supervisor Bass. The owner was working with in regards to retrofitting some of the fixtures in the common areas. However, as you can see in the photos, the violation still exists. The last inspection was conducted on May 20th, 21. And as you can see again, as depicted in the photos, the violation remains, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Okay, this is a citation case.
Citation, correct.
And no appeal received.
Correct.
Okay. All right. On behalf of the owner?
Yes, Your Honor. Just want to address the court today that these are dwellings that are deeded units, and the association is being fined for independently owned deeded units. The association has taken everything that they could to try to resolve and put up postings on every floor. We have taken pictures of units that were not in compliance. We're working to the inspector's comment previously with the Sea Turtle Conservancy since early January, early February, in trying to obtain turtle-friendly lighting throughout the entire complex. Other than, you can see that in this photo here on the 13th, we're trying to get the the residents to get into compliance. So it's a process. We're trying our best. And again, it goes back to why the association would be fined other than the deeded units.
All right. So this is a citation. No appeal was received. Violation is deemed admitted. Under the ordinance in these proceedings, the ordinance says that the magistrate shall impose the fine.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So under the controlling ordinance, I am compelled to grant the city's request and impose the full amount of the fine. Well, I'm sorry. You're still not in compliance.
Correct.
You're still not in compliance. So the fine is imposed and will continue to run. Okay.
Thank you.
You'll get a written order in the mail, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 38, Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE. Case number CE 210300054. Case address 500 East Las Olas Boulevard. Owner, Loica Property Owner LLC. This property was first cited on 3/1/21 to comply by 3/8/21. One section complied at $150 per day. $1,050 accrued. City is requesting full amount. There was no appeal received for the citation. Good morning, Jennifer and Matthew. Please raise your right hand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Honor.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Good morning again. Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 21030054. Case address is 500 East Las Olas Boulevard. This case is a citation, and it was cited on March 1st, 2021, in regards to operating a sidewalk cafe with no permit. I met with the manager, Alex, on the initial, on March 1st, and I gave them 7 days to comply by March 8th. I went back out, and there was some partial movement. They had moved the chairs, but the tables were actually still there. And then I went back on the 15th, and they were in compliance. So the pictures show the violation and when it was complied, and I would like that entered into evidence. And the city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Good morning, Matthew Kirkcano from the Saltel Law Group on behalf of the owner and also the tenant. We have the citation was issued on 3/1. It was immediately complied with. You heard that they returned on 3/10 and only found the tables, but the citation itself or the notice that was given on 3/10 recognized that the manager wasn't there. He didn't arrive yet. We think it was miscommunication that the tables were out because there was immediate compliance. Nonetheless, with regards to an imposition of fines, Your Honor, pursuant to Chapter 11, Section 11-12, in deciding a daily fine, the 3 factors to consider are the gravity, the actions taken, and then the previous violations. And here, the gravity, the statute Chapter 25-4 is more about obstructing. There is an obstruction here. I mean, we have a small business that has been trying to comply with COVID restrictions and social distancing guidelines, especially in the food industry. Actions taken immediately after meeting with the senior inspector. Permits were submitted. They're still in the works. I don't know what happened. I think the history of the permits show that there are some corrections, like in a correction queue, but immediate action was taken. And then lastly, there has never been a violation. And again, there was immediate compliance on this. So to the extent that there is a presumed daily violation, because when they did return, they just found tables and then there was compliance, throughout, we ask that the court, Your Honor, consider that in reduction, which it does have authority under subsection 11.
Ms. Montoya.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. As was read into the record, Your Honor, this is a citation. So counsel's reading from the violation section. It's a different section that is not applicable to this case. The citation was not appealed, and under the code, when the citation is not timely appealed, the citation is deemed admitted. And as Your Honor had said on the previous case, of course, which was correct, was that the magistrate shall impose the fine. I would just say it is 7 days, but just a slight correction on the agenda. As reflected in the photos, the compliance date was the 15th and not the 16th. That would be 7 days. And of course, the violation does say tables and chairs. So the violation was out of compliance for 7 days. And since it was a citation not appealed, the fine should be imposed.
Okay. And the amount is correct. We're 7 days out of compliance.
Yes, sir.
And with Your Honor, on one note on the appeal aspect, the 3/1 note citation actually states that they will be sending a copy of it. So it was sent to the owner. We didn't receive it until we found out about this hearing. Or on the second violation on 3/15, when they confirmed that there had been compliance, that's when we became aware that the matter was not corrected. Because again, it was corrected the day 3/1. It's just when they returned on 3/10, the tables were out. But
Your Honor, there was no contact made with me in regards to that. The first day that I was there, I did speak with the manager, and as she stated, it was on the citation that both the table and chairs had to be removed. It was made very clear to what he needed to do. And he never called me, and it does say on the citation as well to call the inspector when it is in compliance. And when I went back, it was not in compliance. And I did speak with one of the workers there. The manager was not there as of yet. And I explained to her to let her know to have the manager call me and to remove them and to call me when it was completed. and I never received a phone call. I went back out there as a courtesy, and it was complied on the 15th.
Okay. I think the facts in the law are clear, and I'm going to grant the city's request to impose the fine of $1,050. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Our next case
May I
is
excuse? Oh,
yes. Our next case is on page 38, Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 210400213. Case address 3350 Northeast 14th Court. Owner Camacho Family LLLP. The property was cited on 4/8/21 to comply by 4/8/21. One section complied at $100 per day. $3,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount. And there was no appeal received for this citation. Good morning, Ms. Camacho. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, Marta Camacho.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Cologne, City of Fort Lauderdale. Case address, case number is CE 2104-0213. Case address is 3350 Northeast 14th Court. This is also a citation case, and it was first cited on April 8th, 2021 in regards to sea turtle lighting. Citation was posted and mailed, and I received a call from the homeowner, and I met with her on May 13th, 2021. And we went over the violations, and it was actually in compliance at that time. And I would like to enter the photos into evidence, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
All right. Once again, this was the issuance of a citation. No appeal was received. Okay. On behalf of the owner. Ms. Camacho, you're muted. You have to unmute.
Hello?
Okay, start over.
Sorry. Yes. Yes. Good morning. On April, on May the 5th, I received a letter saying that I needed to meet today. I immediately called the city and I spoke to Dorian. She explained to me that they have left the notice on April the 8th at the house. Unfortunately, I never got this notice. I've been doing short rentals for the past 10 years. I always comply. I am a very responsible person. I don't know what happened. This house is on the beach. It was a lot of winds. There was a lot of rains, so probably it got blown away. I don't know what happened with that notice. Unfortunately, I am here. I talked to Dorian, and she came and checked in the house, and I changed the lights inside the house. So I am in compliance. I will ask Judge, please, if you can remove the fines, as I have not received this notice at the beginning. I will suggest, though, because houses on the beach is exposed to a lot of wind, probably to put a notice in the door and then the mailbox so it will not get lost. So I'm sorry it happened. I did comply, and I just would like to have these fines removed, please.
Anything further from the city?
No.
But we essentially still have the same problem. The citation was issued.
Yes.
The prior original posting really doesn't mean anything at this point, right? I mean, citation was issued. Okay, so ma'am, under the ordinance, you were issued a citation, no appeal was received, so the violation is admitted, and my obligation under the ordinance is to impose the fine of $3,400. Thank you, ma'am.
Wow, that is not fair. What else can I do, Judge? Because I have not received, how can I write a letter if I have not received the first one?
All right.
How can I reply? for something that I have not received.
Your Honor, if she would like to choose, she can apply for a lien reduction hearing.
Yes, you can apply for a lien reduction.
Thank you very much. How do I do that?
You'll contact the city. They'll explain it to you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
First time I do a Zoom, so I don't know how this works. I'm very sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 39. Case number CE 19070102. Case address 300 Southwest 31st Avenue. Owner Carlton A. Dixon. This case was first heard on 1/14/21 to comply by 2/11/21. 6 sections not complied at $25 per day, $15,750 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Good morning. Could you please raise your right hand?
Good morning.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Cloyan with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 19070102. Case address is 300 Southwest 31st Avenue. This case was first cited on July 2nd, 2019, and it went before the special magistrate on January 14th, 2021, where the magistrate found for the city giving 28 days to comply or a fine of $25. I re-inspected the property on 5/25 for a pre-hearing inspection, and as depicted on the photos, all the violations remain. And we would like to enter that into evidence as well. And the city is requesting the full imposition of fines which continues to accrue.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Calarian.
Sir, are you in a place where you have to wear a mask?
I am. I'm in healthcare. I've been taking care of COVID patients for the past year. So, I finally got a day off and some time. I'm not actually off. I was actually able to get in this meeting because I'm out of the unit right now. But that's primarily where it's been. We're just getting over this crisis, and I'm able to do some work. So I'm maybe just requesting, some time to get started and start doing this thing.
So you got 6 violations here that have been out of compliance for 105 days. Are you doing anything to correct these violations?
Sir, what I wanted to say was, for this year, there's times that I've not even been able to go to the house. So
some of these violations are easy to correct.
Right, but when I work, I go to work in the morning. I don't get home until evening, 12, 16-hour shifts.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
So, just for the record, as far as I don't have the pictures from the beginning, but he's actually adding some things. So in the beginning, there was 1 trailer, and then there ended up being 2 trailers in the back. And then those sofas that are back there, I don't know, that's kind of added too. And then in regards to the windows, I've gone back and there's been actually more windows broken. I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to change the record or anything as far as the violations. I'm just making it a point that in regards to not getting anything done would be one question. But what I'm pointing out is that it's actually getting worse. And I just wanted to put that in for the record.
All right. I'm going to grant the city's request to impose the fines, and they will continue to accrue.
Your Honor, if I may, the couch was just out for the bulk trash. The windows were broken because someone tried to break into the property when I wasn't there.
Okay, sir, you need to start taking this seriously.
I do take it serious.
Correct the violations. Okay. Okay, you got six violations there.
Right.
It seems to be getting worse instead of better. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 18. Case number CE 20030722. Case address 3015 Seville Street. Owner Breaker Seville Apartments, Inc. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. And this is a continuance. Good morning, sir. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city presenting case CE 200-30722, property address 3015 Seville Street. This property was inspected on March 19th, 2020, and the following violation was observed: 47-19.5.D.5. The east side border wall of this property is not in good repair. The wall is not secure. It is leaning, stained, and dirty. An inspection report allowing 30 days to comply was issued. As of last check, there's been no permit pulled for the property. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on May 22nd, 2021 shows that the violation remains as depicted on the photos, and the city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day thereafter be imposed. Thank you.
All right, I recall this case. Recall we were making progress. So, Mr. Seiler, is this a request for a continuance?
Judge, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So you remember, Judge, we actually had a request for a continuance. I represent, if you could freeze that picture, let me go back. I represent the property on the right, Judge, right there. Just so I represent the property on the right that has the wall that is on their property, but it holds up our property. So this is the one where we're cooperating as a good neighbor with our neighbor. I think you remember this. Mr. Cobus Lowe runs this property on the left. He is the they're the ones that have the violation. But for them to fix their violation, we have to pull all our trees in that picture. And so we have submitted a permit to pull these trees, because then we have to after the tree, if we take the wall out, Judge, and I think we talked about this last time, our whole property is going to run off onto their property. So the wall's on their property, but the wall holds up our property. So if you can see that, I don't know with that car there, I think we had a better picture before, but you see the walls sloping. My client represents the peach colored building, or my client is the peach colored building. This is the property that's the violation here on the left. It's actually a well-maintained, well-managed property. So what we're asking, and what we've asked before, is let us finish getting the permits. Once we get the tree permits for the removal of our trees, they can then take the wall out and replace their wall. But Judge, there's only 2 people impacted by this. There's no neighbors impacted. There's nobody adversely impacted. There are only 2 parties involved, this neighbor and us, and we're working together to try to get the wall fixed so that they can straighten up their wall, put a new wall in, and we get to not have our property run off onto their property when the wall's taken out. The last thing I'll tell you, Judge, even though we're under no legal requirement, under no court, under no order, but there you go. Can you freeze that picture? I think we had a good. So, Judge, you see it without the car. That wall holds up. That's our fence. That's their wall. our elevation is about 2 feet above theirs. That wall comes out, we're going to have a huge issue. So we've agreed to work together. We're sharing the cost of the wall, we're sharing the cost of the permits, and we're sharing the cost of the tree removal in order to replace a wall that causes no erosion. And again, there's no harm in an extension because there's only 2 impacted parties and we're the ones working together.
All right, so you're requesting a continuance?
I am, Judge, and I think Rhonda will, I mean, we've submitted now for the tree permits removal, but you can look at I need a continuance, not a finding, because like I said, technically it's their property, not mine. I'm trying to help them.
I understand. And so how long of a continuance do you need?
Well, Judge, as I understand it, the tree permit application's in because I signed it about 3 weeks ago because those are coming off my property. I think once that application's done, I believe the wall permit application has been submitted, but I think that's signed by them because that's not on my property. So I have signed our permit application. If they've signed their permit application, I'm thinking we can get this thing done in the next 60 days. And I would ask staff to confirm that. And I apologize. One of the reasons I was on the phone, I was trying to call the neighbors to see if their permit application had been approved yet. I did not get a confirmation this morning.
At last check, 2 days ago, no, there was no permit issued.
On their property?
Correct.
Okay. And I think our tree permit application, is in.
I haven't checked your property for the trees, but I can confirm that later.
Yeah, ours is the 3021 and 3015. So Judge, we're working together, and like I said, there is no harm to anybody but each other.
Ms. Montoya.
Thank you, Your Honor. I actually have a suggestion. This is still technically a new case. My suggestion would be that Your Honor entertain a finding. At this juncture, Mayor Seiler represents the property next to, not the actual property owner, as he has clarified. And then I would suggest what the inspector said, give 63 days for compliance and then a mandatory reappearance so that they can detail, perhaps they would have gotten, some of the permits by then. And in any event, we could entertain more time being allowed. But at this point, we don't have a finding. And I think the inspector has presented the evidence and the testimony of the violation for the actual property owner, not the neighbor. Understand they're working collectively and collaboratively together, but then we could have them come back in 63 days and see where we're at.
Yeah, I'm sure you understand what she was saying.
Judge, I thought, but it cut out, and that's why I was trying to, I know Rhonda well, I've worked with her, I think she's outstanding. I didn't hear whether they want to make a finding, because I don't know if we should do that without this property owner here today.
Okay. All right, I follow you.
I mean, the property owner hasn't really shown up. Mayor Seiler has been kind enough to show up really for his client and really, in essence, the property owner to try to explain to us, what the plan is going forward, which is why I suggested we have a finding today for 63 days with a mandatory reappearance, either for both property owners or just for the mayor or just for the property owner themselves, and then we can see where they're at.
Well, or here's another thought. Since the property owner hasn't appeared, another option is just grant a continuance and a mandatory reappearance for June 24th with the owner.
And Judge, I would just ask, even if it's a week later, I'm going to be in Alaska from the 18th to the 28th. I will call the owner, but I also, Rhonda, if you remember, this property owner next door, and one of the reasons I'm helping them, and again, I think I sent you the email, the property manager for the property next door had a heart attack back in February. So that's why we took the lead, and then his partner, who is a gentleman by the name of Kevin Schmidt, who is a treasurer for Breaker Seville, stepped up. But Cobus Lowe suffered a major heart attack on like February 7th. So I don't know his condition to put a deadline on him appearing. I can get a hold of Kevin Schmidt, the treasurer, and tell him this you want to do that. But if we could just move it back a week, because I'm in Alaska from the 17th to the 27th or 17th to the 28th.
Well,
Your Honor.
This way, I'd like to keep.
I'm sorry.
moving. So let's put it over till the 24th. If he can't be here on the 24th.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I interject one moment? I also won't be present for that hearing, so I'm okay with the hearing following that. So if we could extend it back a little bit more, because I also won't be here during that time frame.
July 1?
Thank you.
Your July 1?
July 8th?
July 8th?
Is that on a Thursday? Is July 8th on a Thursday?
I'm looking right now. Hang on.
Oh, there's only one day.
Oh, yeah, okay. So we're in, what, granting a continuance for 63 days, right?
In essence, if that's what Your Honor is going to rule.
Let's do. Okay, we're going to grant a continuance for 63 days. July 29th, 2021.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's it.
Mayor.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Can I ask, before we leave, did the notice for today go to both them and me, or did this one just go to me? Because I did tell you, I tried to call them before we came on, and I didn't get a hold of them. And normally they're paying attention as to this case, because obviously we're helping them out. But I'm now wondering if they knew about this morning's hearing. Because you added me to the notice, since I am the neighboring property owner.
Mayor, it went to both.
They were?
Yes, it went to both.
Okay, thank you. So the next one will go to both also.
Okay.
Yep. Well, yes.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you for your efforts to try to resolve this.
We'll get it done, I promise.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you to everybody. Thanks, Rhonda.
Welcome.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 15. Case number CE 2006-0004, Inspector Michael Jordan. Case number 3621 North Ocean Boulevard, owner MyFL 3621 LLC. Personal service was given to this property on May 6, 2021, and posted at City Hall on May 13th, 2021. Good morning, please, sir. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Michael Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Department of Sustainable Development, Code Compliance Division, presenting case number CE 2006-0004, property address 3621 North Ocean Boulevard in the City of Fort Lauderdale. This is an RMH 25 zone multi-unit commercial hotel property. On June 2nd, 2020, the property was inspected as a result of a neighbor complaint, was issued notice of violation for the following. Section 9-305B, landscape maintenance, violations complied. 18-12A, overgrowth, trash, and debris on the property. That violation is also complied. Section 9-280H1, fence or garden wall in disrepair. That violation has been complied. Section 9-304B, parking surface in disrepair. The parking areas are in poor condition. There are areas of potholes, unmaintained parking surfaces, and missing or damaged wheel stops. This violation remains. Section 47-19-4D8, dumpster enclosure in poor condition. That violation has been complied. Section 47-19.9, outdoor storage of items. That violation has been complied. This property has been re-inspected multiple times from the time of notice of violation and remains in violation as noticed. The city is requesting 30 days for compliance and $100 per day per violation thereafter.
I'm sorry, how many days? How many days were
I would
requested?
have to 30 days for compliance, sir.
28 days, 35 days?
35 days.
All right.
You'll have to use sign language with me.
All right.
My apologies.
Good morning. Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, I've seen that all of the violations have been complied with other than the parking lot. I know that it may take some time to fix it. I have the property manager with me here today, Maria, who has the most knowledge regarding the issues with the parking lot and the steps that can be taken to rectify the issue. I know that she may be walking through the parking lot with the inspector either tomorrow or soon thereafter to see exactly what needs to be done.
That is correct, Your Honor. For the record, they have some issues with plumbing in the parking lot that need to be addressed. They've been trying to address that with city engineering to find out where that plumbing needs to go. So they have been delayed. The city's position is that it's time to bring this project to a close and gain compliance for the comfort and safety of the neighborhood.
All right. Well, let's do this. On the remaining violation, let's find the violation does exist and allow 35 days, $100 per day thereafter. At least we know that progress is being made. If it's not possible to get it done within 35 days, obviously it's without prejudice to seek additional time. It does look like it is a significant project. So I'm going to say 35 days, but I think everyone understands the procedure.
Yes, sir. It's important for the respondents to stay in touch with me.
We will.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 16.
Thank you.
Inspector Michael Jordan, case number CE 21020248. Case address 6500 North Federal Highway. Owner Rubenstein Florida Property LLC in care of Smoky Bones. Property posted 5621, posted at City Hall 51321.
Do we have a respondent registered for this?
Yes.
Oh, got it.
Good morning, Brad. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Brett. Thanks for appearing today. Officer Michael Jordan, City of Fort Lauderdale, Department of Sustainable Development, Code Compliance Division, presenting case number CE 21020248. Property address 6500 North Federal Highway, Fort Lauderdale. This is a B1 zone commercial restaurant property. On February 6, 2021, the property was inspected as a result of a neighbor complaint, was issued notice of violation for the following. Section 18-1, graffiti. This violation has been complied. Section 47-20.20H, parking surface in disrepair. Parking areas are in poor condition. There are areas of potholes, unmaintained parking surfaces, and missing or damaged wheel stops. This violation remains. Section 18-12A, complied. Section 47-1948, dumpster enclosure has been complied. This property has been re-inspected multiple times from the time of notice of violation, remains in violation as noticed. The city's requesting 60 days for compliance to allow time for permitting and completion of the work required and $100 per day per violation thereafter. 64 days, 63 days.
63. Okay. All right. You talk very fast.
I try to be efficient, Your Honor.
The remaining violations are again,
just the parking surface at this point, Your Honor. Everything else has been complied.
Okay. All right. Okay. On behalf of the owner.
Yes. We do have a contract signed finally with a contractor, and I see no reason why it won't be completed in the 63 days that he's requesting.
All right. Let's do that. Find the violation does exist. 63 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Brett.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 30, Inspector Michael Jordan. Case number CE 20110723. Case address 1001 Southwest 4th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. owner B&V USA Group LLC. This case was first heard on 2/25/21 to comply by 4/1/21. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Do we have a respondent?
Good morning, Milton. If you can hear us, please unmute yourself and start your video. Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Michael Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case number CE 20110723 for the property address at 1001 Southwest 4th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale. This is a multi-unit residential property. On November 30th, 2020, this property was inspected as a result of a neighbor complaint, was issued notice violation for the following: Section 18-12A, overgrowth and trash, debris on the property. This violation remains. 9-280B, building parts not maintained. There are building parts which are deteriorated, not maintained. The garage door was boarded up and inoperable, but has since been repaired. There are broken windows on the building. This property has been re-inspected multiple times from the time of notice of violation, remains in violation as noted. The city's requesting 35 days compliance time for the remaining violations, $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay, wait a minute.
It's a massive.
This is a hearing to impose fines.
I apologize. I apologize.
Okay, so this has been, we got two violations, each of them out of compliance for 56 days.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. All right, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, Joanna, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Jordan. I would like first to know the property I bought in January 2021 and start fix it after the tenants disoccupate or move for the home, because before I couldn't do anything because they don't want it. We can go inside to fix the windows or something like that. I can do it, but I was in contact with Mr. Jordan, and I was fixing little bit by little bit because I don't have enough money, and that's why I changed I fixed the door for the garage and changed some windows was broken, but I had to do other windows also, but I need a buy, and now is trying to save a little bit money to do that. And I would like to you give me an extension for the time to finish to fix it this.
Well, have you contracted with somebody to correct these violations?
I can understand why you say I can understand very well English.
Have you talked to someone to fix up these violations? I mean, you've got the trash, rubbish, and debris on the property.
Yeah, when I received the first notification, I was in the previous direction I was living. That is 1651, 69 Northwest 84 Avenue in Doral, but I was moved this address in November the last year, and that's why I didn't receive the previous notification. But when I received the other notification in the door of the house, I contact with Mr. Jordan and explain what I am doing. And he can see that I fixed the door for the garage and fixing some windows also.
Well, I'm not getting the picture that you're doing a lot to correct these violations.
Yes, I don't have a picture, sir, but Mr. Jordan knows that I do. Also, sir, Joanna, also, and we have problems with the neighbors, and because all garbage throw away to my land. That's why I have to priority do the fence. The fence all do last week and already passed the inspection for the fence because I want to privacy for my land because all garbage there for other sites throw away onto my land before. Now with the fence, stop that thing.
Your Honor, the city is not opposed to a short extension of time to allow them to finish making the repairs, but the nature of the repairs that need to be done are not that serious and should be done in a pretty quick amount of time.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grant a 28-day extension.
Thank you very much, sir. This is enough time. Thank you very much.
But get this taken care of within 28 days, all right?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I was fixing the area grass also.
But I want to see you come into compliance, all right?
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, sir.
Our next case is on page 19. Case number CE 2011001. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. Case address 1717 Northwest 6th Place. Owner MM Development LLC. Property posted 5/13/21. Posted at City Hall 5/13/21. Good morning, Ms. Middlebrook. Can you please press *6 to unmute? Thank you. Can you please raise your right hand and state your name for the record?
Miriam Middlebrook.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I'm sorry?
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do. I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city. Case number CE 201100001. Property address 1716 Northwest 6th Place. This property was inspected on November 1st, 2020 by former Code Officer Roberta Jones, and the following violations were observed. 47-1.14B4 is complied. 47-21.9.M. There are sections of this vacant lot that does not have lawn cover as required. A pre-hearing inspection on May 22nd, 2021 shows that violation 47-21.9M remains as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 14 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day thereafter be imposed. Thank you.
All right. On behalf of the owner.
Yeah, so I have no problem doing that. The only thing is that I'm requesting if I can get it extended till the end of June. And the only reason for that is that because it is a vacant lot, I do not have water on the property, and I don't want to install sod now that we don't have rain. So, and also to get the Bermuda grass, which is the highway grass, takes about 30 days to order because I don't need a lot of it. So, and if you call any nursery right now, they do not have Bermuda grass. So if I can get till the end of June to put that sod down so that I know when I put it down that there will be enough rain for it to actually root in the ground. Because right now it's just really dry out there and I don't have water.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to find the violation does exist. I'm going to give you 28 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Millbrook. And Your Honor, just for the record, I want to clarify the property address 1717 Northwest 6th Place. I'm just clarifying for the record, the property address 1717 1717 Northwest 6th Place. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 40. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. Case number CE-19120247. Case address 1228 Northeast 5th Avenue. Owner Robert L. Mills. This case was first heard on 3/5/2020 to comply by 4/9/2020. There are 2 suspensions notated on the agenda. 3 sections complied at $50 per day. $28,850 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Good morning, Mr. Mills. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city. Case number and property address is read. All violations of this property is now in compliance. I have been in contact with Mr. Mills throughout the process. The city would not oppose to administrative costs of $1,169 or whatever you can do, Your Honor.
Sorry, All right. Mr. Mills, anything you want to add?
No, sir. The administrative costs, that was what I would hope for.
All right, I'm going to impose administrative costs, $1,169.
Yes, sir. Thank you. 1,169.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. So ordered. Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Your Honor. And Linda.
Thank you, Mr. Mills.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 41, Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. Case number CE-20020147. Case address 1529 Northwest 2nd Avenue. Owner FYR SFR Borrow LLC in care of Havenbrook Homes. This case was first heard on 2/25/21 to comply by 3/18/21. 2 sections not complied at $25 per day. $3,500 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Is there a respondent?
Hello?
Good morning, Leonardo. Can you please raise your right hand and state your name for the record?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Linda Holloway on behalf of the city. Case number and property address is read. The property has 1 violation, 9-304B, which remains out. I'm sorry, 2 violations, which remain out of compliance, 9-304B and 9-305B. And there is the respondent here to speak on behalf of the property.
I'm sorry, both are not in compliance. Correct? There's no compliance on these
Correct.
2. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to be sure. All right. On behalf of the owner. Sir, would you like to speak?
Yes, hi, sir. Good morning. I'm just trying to get an extension because we have engineer comments for the permit that we applied. So because the cost, it's being too expensive to do the way the city wants. And I want to know if we can go to asphalt option instead of concrete. That's the reason we didn't respond to engineer comments yet.
Right. What about the landscaping? What are you doing about that?
The landscape we'll be doing after we finish the driveway, so we can comply with the zoning requirements for final inspection. So we're gonna do everything at the same time after completing the driveway.
Okay, so you're working on it, on the
Yes.
driveway,
Yes.
correct?
I would like to see if, yes, correct.
Have you applied for a permit?
Yes, we have, and I have the building pavement permit number in my hands with the engineer comments and zoning comments as well.
All right. This has been going well, a little bit.
Your Honor, I don't oppose to an extension so that we can get this done. I'm thinking 63 days.
That would be enough.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that, please?
I wouldn't oppose to a 63-day extension so that we can get this resolved.
Your card. My husband does want to talk to you.
Okay, I'm sorry, you have no objection to it?
A 63-day
Okay,
extension.
all right. I'm going to grant a 63-day extension, sir.
All right, thank you so much, Honor.
I'm going to stay the fines of the state, but I want this all cleaned up and taken care of within 63 days.
We will.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case
Thanks,
is
Ms. Linda. Bye.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 42, and Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. Case number CE 20090715. Case address 1430 Northwest 8th Avenue. Owner Benjamin CD and Shulamit CD. Case first heard 11421 to comply by 21721. 6 sections complied at $25 per day. $2,700 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
No.
Hi, good morning. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city, excuse me. Case number and property address as read. All violations are now in compliance. The last violation was the landscape, and the owner, after getting in contact with me, prior to getting in contact with me, wasn't aware that he was to install grass on the swale area as well. But once we spoke, he did that expeditiously, and therefore the city is requesting administrative costs of $442.
All right, the amount is 442. All right, sir, on behalf of the owner, you understand what the lady said?
Yes, I do.
All right, have any disagreement?
No, everything's
all right. I'm going to impose administrative costs, $442.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Our next 3 cases are on page 43, 44, and 45. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. On page 43, case number ENF code -19100-159, case address 509 Northwest 23rd Avenue, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Federal Apartments Limited Partnership and Camp Greystone Servicing Corp. This case was first heard on 2/20/2020 to comply by 4/23/2020. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda. 5 sections complied at $50 per day, $22,500 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines. On page 44, case number ENF code -191000180. Case address 515 Northwest 23rd Avenue, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Federal Apartments Limited Partner in care of Greystone Servicing Corp. This case was first heard on 2/20/2020 to comply by 4/23/2020. There are 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. 4 sections complied at $50 per day, $18,000 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines. On page 45, case number ENF code -191000230, case address 508 Northwest 23rd Avenue, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Federal Apartments Limited Partner in care of Greystone Servicing Corp. This case was first heard on 2/20/2020 to comply by 3/26/2020. There are 2 suspensions notated on the agenda. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $7,700 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines. Good morning, William. Can you please raise your right hand? Hi, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, sir, just for the record, state your name, please.
William Stroppen, Becker and Polikoff on behalf of the owner.
All right, city's requesting no fines on each of these 3 cases. I assume you concur.
Certainly, and we thank you very much.
All right, no fines will be imposed on any of the 3 cases.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 45, Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. Case number CE 19082299. Case address 1218 Southwest 29th Terrace, owner Sharon H. McGuire. This case was first heard on 2/6/2020 to comply by 4/9/2020. There are 2 suspensions notated on the agenda. 3 sections complied at $25 per day, $11,200 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Complied. All right.
Mr. Word, Mr. Word, you're going to be put back into the attendee mode. Please stay in the attendee mode. Once your name is called, then we will bring you back into the hearing room.
Good morning, Sharon. Can you please raise your right hand and state your name for the record? Good morning, Sharon. Can you hear us?
That's contagious.
Sharon? We'll try to assist her with her technical difficulties and recall the case. Are there any attendees in the hearing room who have not had their cases called and you are not here for lien reduction? Please use the raise hand function at this time. Again, if you are not here for lien reduction and your case has not been called, please use the raise hand function at this time.
Good morning, Vince. What case are you here for? Or address?
939 Northwest 8th Avenue.
Sir, we can barely hear you.
939 Northwest 8th Avenue. Ms. Holloway was the assigned inspector.
Sir, we do not have a copy of your identification. If you could please submit that to Special Magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov.
I'm sorry, what is it that you don't have?
A copy of your identification.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't even know it asked for that. Okay, what's the, forgive me, what is the address?
Special Magistrates at fortlauderdale.gov.
Okay, I'll do that
You
right
gotta
now.
need a short break.
It's just a picture of my driver's license.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank
Okay.
you, President.
Anybody need a short break? Let's take a short break, 5 minutes. Give
Thank
them-
you. We're going to have,
Recording stopped.
we're going to have a 5-minute recess.
Hello.
Vince,
Yes, I'm here.
hi, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Inspector Linda Holloway, on behalf of the city, case number and property addressed as read. All violations are now in compliance. And Vince, if you could, as per my email, you have to ask for your right to waive the Massey hearing, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'm pulling it up right now. Well, I'm going to start by saying we're going to waive our right to the Massey hearing. That's it. Yeah. We're waiving our right for the Massey hearing for an extension.
Thank you, Vince.
Thank you.
With that being said, all the violations are in compliance. The city is requesting administrative costs totaling $856, but would not oppose to anything you could do, Your Honor. Oh, the city's requesting admin costs, administrative costs of $856. Vince?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were waiting for the judge's response.
No, it's your turn.
I'm sorry?
It's your turn.
No, we absolutely not. No, we're not interested in paying any fines. Ms. Holloway, I believe you know better than anybody the situation that we've been dealing with. I mean, what are the fines for, first of all?
So the fines are for being out of compliance. So originally, as per an original email that I sent you, you were supposed to come into compliance with all violations by May the 12th. You came into compliance. I'm sorry, by May the 13th. You came into compliance on May the 12th. The parking lot did. The parking lot did remain out of compliance up until Monday. So the costs are for the administrative costs. So that's the cost of for every inspector, for the inspector re-inspections to the property, every inspection to the property, and the hearings, this hearing and the previous hearing that you had.
Okay, if you would allow me just to kind of recap everything that we've had to deal with regarding this violation. The original inspector that we had assigned was Inspector Malakis. Him and I worked very closely. I met twice with him at the property, several phone conversations, and we came into compliance with everything that he had pointed out. And upon the last thing that we needed to comply, I wasn't getting a response from Mr. Malakis. And this went on for a week. And so because no one ever reached out to me, I had to reach out to the city of Fort Lauderdale, only to find out that he's no longer with the department. And at that time, I was told it was Inspector Caracas. Caracas said it wasn't him. And they said it was Mrs. Holloway. At the time, Ms. Holloway was dealing with a unfortunate family tragedy. And so we didn't get an answer for a couple weeks, which put us in a position where we couldn't come into compliance because there was no one to speak to regarding the violation. And so even at that time, it took a while to get an inspector out there to say yes or no, this wasn't in compliance. And So even though Inspector Malakis had said that this is all that needed to be done, we had Inspector Holloway, Inspector Caracas, Julio, and Lois Tarowski. So now I'm dealing with 4 or 5 different inspectors, all with their 2 cents as to what needed to be done. And there was a lot of confusion, and we had to go back maybe 5 or 6 times with different vendors and to get this thing in compliance. And you know that we did everything we could to get this into compliance. And it would have been done much sooner if we had continued with the Inspector Malakis. And that was completely out of our hands. I don't see why we should be penalized for that. You understand?
Sure. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to impose administrative cost $856. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We can appeal that, can't we? Because I can't believe it has heard everything that I just said, and then you're still going to impose that large amount of fines.
Sir, those are not fines, they're administrative costs.
Okay, and so I can appeal that, correct?
Right, sir, you'll get an order in the mail.
What does that mean?
Move to the next case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 49. Case number CE 170400090. Case address 1328 Northwest 2nd Avenue. Owner Thomas F. Thomas. And this is a motion to recoup costs. Good afternoon, Mr. Dale.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I don't believe it's necessary for me to raise my right hand for this hearing, but yes, I do.
And thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Dell, this is your motion?
Yes, this is a 4-year-old case. And after what I heard from the case before, it's apparent that there's issues with the manner in which these cases are adjudicated. However, I would like to first state that I'm grateful to the appellate division with the circuit court for properly and accurately seeing the errors which were committed by this department and reversing the orders of the Code Enforcement Department on all counts. After the order of reversal was rendered by the Circuit Court of Broward County, Florida, a timely motion to recover costs was filed based upon the Florida Rules of Appellate Procedure. That relief needs to be submitted to the lower court. In this case, it would be before this tribunal. I initially filed a motion, then I had a couple of conversations with the city attorney and revisited some of the expenses, the costs that I believe are taxable, for which receipts or evidence, to the best of our ability, considering it's a 4-year-old case, have been provided, and that would be a filing fee to file the case with the circuit court. The filing fee is $401.
$5 for convenience filing.
Correct. I'm sorry, I did not hear what you said.
There's a $5 fee for convenience filing. Apparently.
Right. Anyone that files cases using the portal, which is the only way you can file a case to my knowledge, and I've been doing this for over 35 years. The portal is relatively new. There is what the portal describes as a convenience fee of $5, which gets added to the filing fee. If you pay the cost of filing with a credit card, they also charge you a processing fee. This was not paid with a credit card. It was paid through my checking account, and the filing fee for filing this claim was $401, and there was a $5 convenience fee, which is a member of the Florida bar I am representing is paid in every single case, or every time you make any transaction with the portal, which involves the payment of any fee. There was also a court reporter fee. We brought a court reporter. The invoices which were attached are $489. Part of the reason why that fee is what it is, and again, I had a discussion with the assistant city attorney, which made no sense. She said, well, she didn't order a copy of the transcript. Whenever you take an appeal, there are always 2 copies of the transcript provided. I have no choice in that I have to pay, or the appellant has to pay the cost of providing the transcript to the city. One was provided. In addition to that, as I recall, we were kept waiting for about 2.5 hours, and the court reporter charged an appearance fee for the wait time. So I've attached the invoices, which I was able to retrieve through the assistance of the court reporter, and those are $489. Those are plainly a taxable cost. Another taxable cost is the record on appeal. Okay, based upon Mr. Thomas, who got the record of appeal, he indicated that the receipts faded, and he recalls requesting 2 records. One record was requested at the time the initial motion to vacate was filed, which was denied, and it resulted in the appeal. To the best of his recollection, he indicates that $28 was spent on the in order to create the record of appeal. And if we're arguing over that, we're really moving on to a level of that is difficult to understand. And in addition to that, when the initial motion to vacate the order, which should have been vacated because it was obvious that the city failed to comply with any of the proper notice requirements, there were 2 certified mailing that I remember initiating. I do not have the receipts for those, and it was my recollection that those were in the area of $18. So we do not have actual receipts. However, there were expenditures to create a record on appeal and a record to file the first motion, along with certified notices which were sent to the city at the time that the initial, I don't know why those photos are continually being presented, because they have absolutely no importance. And in fact, why doesn't the city post the pictures of the notices, which the appellate court plainly said was an improper method of notice? So I don't know why those continue to be shown on the screen, because those are
all right. Let's move on.
Okay, so we incurred costs to create a record on appeal. The record on appeal, if you read the rules of appellate procedure, is plainly a taxable cost. To the best of our recollection, that was $28. There were 2 certified mailings that were sent. To the best of our recollection, that was $18. The total amount of the cost, which we believe are taxable, is $941. And we are asking the city to pay those costs as taxable cost and resolve this chapter, which I guess is chapter 2 of this drama. And if you find the cost to be appropriate, if the check could be made payable to Mr. Thomas and sent to my law office, and I will make certain that he receives it and we can move forward.
Anything from the city attorney?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. The rules of appellate procedure, Your Honor, are very clear on what are taxable costs. That's Rule 9.400A. There's 4 components: fees for filing, service of process; 2, charges for preparation of the record and any hearing or trial transcripts necessary to determine the proceeding; 3, bond premiums; and 4, other costs permitted by law. And counsel, I'm just handing the magistrate a copy of the rule of appellate procedure for the record, which I know you included in your motion.
Law, of course, we have Supreme Court guidelines on taxable cost also.
Yes, sir. So we're really only looking at the first 2 components. Obviously, there was not a bond posted. There are not other costs as required by law in this particular instance. We agree with counsel that the filing fee, obviously that's stated specifically in the rules, is the $406.
Right.
I confirmed that with the deputy clerk of court. In terms of the record on appeal, I'd like to ask Katrina Jordan to provide, Your Honor, some testimony. She searched, I can just proffer, but she searched the city records, and we found one entry that gave us evidence of what was paid for the record on appeal. So if Ms. Jordan could explain what she did and what the costs were that we found on that.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Katrina Jordan, Administrative Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale. In searching the history on case number CE 17040090, I found a charge of $10.15 to the property owner for records to be copied for an appeal.
Sorry, the amount was?
$10.15.
And Ms. Jordan, could you tell the magistrate the date of that entry in the computer?
On December 4, 2018.
So, Your Honor, we would agree that, again, the charges that Mr. Thomas incurred to get the record as reflected in the city records of $10.15 would be appropriate costs for us to reimburse. And then lastly, as to the court reporter fees, the city would only agree to $432 of that total cost. There is the appearance fee, of course, which they're entitled to. They're also entitled to the associated costs with their copy of the hearing transcript. When Mr. Dell and I were exchanging emails, I was a little perplexed, and I went back and actually asked the court reporter if I had ordered a transcript. I did not. Mr. Dell obviously confirmed that today. That is, in my experience of being a municipal attorney for 24 years in 2 different cities, and having handled dozens of administrative appeals in both Broward and Dade.
I'm seeing a court reporter invoice for $254.50, and the amount listed requested.
There's 2 invoices, Magistrate. There was an initial invoice, and then there was an invoice for the preparation. The combination of those 2 invoices are the amount which it costs to have the proceeding transcribed and covered. There were 2 invoices.
Right. So counsel, I'll hand him. I have a copy of the other one. So there's.
Okay. So the city agree with the $489?
Well, the city, just to break it down to not overly confuse things, the city agrees to the one invoice that I've just handed Your Honor, which is the $232.50. That's the appearance for the hearing. Where Mr. Dell and I disagree is when he ordered a hearing transcript for me and paid or for the city and paid for that. Again, and as I stated, in handling dozens of administrative appeals, that has never been done in any case that I've been involved in 2 different counties. No one has ever ordered a transcript from me. The appellant or petitioner is responsible to create an appendix that includes necessarily the transcript that is filed with the court. The appendix is, of course, sent to the city. And you know, candidly, that's how we always approach the transcript of the hearing. I did not order the transcript. I did not ask Mr. Dell to order it on my behalf. And again, my experience is atypical of that of Mr. Dell's. So that would be the only portion that we would not agree is an appropriate taxable cost, which is the hearing transcript.
So the city agrees to $254.50, but not the full amount, not the $489.
We agree to let's split the invoices so we're not confused and it's clear on the record. We agree to the appearance fee of the court reporter, which is the first part of the court reporter's exhibit that Mr. Dell filed, the $232.50. That's clear. That's and not
$232.50. Okay.
Yes, sir. Where we disagree is on the second invoice, which I believe Your Honor has, which shows that the hearing transcript, the costs for the transcript to be sent to Mr. Dell, and then there's 2 separate entries of the transcript that was sent to me, and those are the 2 that we respectfully disagree with as a taxable cost. Everything else we are in agreement with on the court reporter. Lastly, as to the certified mail, and that's why I handed Your Honor a copy of the Florida Rules of Appellate Procedure. There's no provision in there for certified mail. Certified mail is not required for the appeal. And so we would disagree that that is a taxable cost as well.
Okay. Anything in conclusion, Mr. Dell?
Yes, with respect to the court reporter fee, this is an appeal. I did not order a copy of that transcript for the city. I ordered the transcript for use in an appellate proceeding. It is customary for the appellant to provide copies to the appellee. How in the world is the appellee supposed to prepare their brief if they are not provided a copy? Why would the appellee pay anything if they are the prevailing party at that time? That is just complete foolishness. And the total cost of the appearance of the court reporter for the hearing, who was kept waiting for 2.5 hours, and the cost of a transcript for myself, and one which I had to pay for initially, and it was provided to the city, is $489. That is a taxable.
Normally, the appellant does provide the appellee a copy of the transcript, but that didn't happen.
The court reporter does.
That has not been my experience in administrative appeals. No one has, except for Mr. Dell, has ever given me a hearing transcript, ever.
Okay, yeah, because that's the normal procedure. But here's what we're talking about small amounts of money.
We are.
We certainly are for
a
case that's been.
I'm going to grant the $406 for the filing fee. I'm going to grant $489 for the transcript, $10.15 for the record on appeal, and the remaining item is denied.
So the total would be
$941 plus no, I'm sorry,
$905.15, I believe.
Okay, I haven't added it up, but
that is correct. $905.15.
All right, and could I ask that the check be directed to, made payable to Mr. Thomas and directed to my office, and I will deliver it to him will be my responsibility to deliver it to him, since part of the problems with this was delivery of mail and notices.
All right, I assume that's okay.
Yeah, that's an administrative issue, Your Honor.
Very good. Thank you, Counselor.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to recall the case on page 45 for Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE 19082299, case address 1218 Southwest 29th Terrace, owner Sharon McGuire. Case first heard 2/6/2020 to comply by 4/9/2020. There are 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 3 sections complied at $25 per day, $11,200 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Good afternoon, Ms. McGuire. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record and raise your right hand.
Sharon McGuire.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Inspector Linda Holloway, property address and case number as read. All violations are in compliance, and the city is asking for the administrative cost of $1,022 or whatever your honor decides is best or less in this case. $1,022.
Okay, Ms. McGuire,
Yes?
do you have video?
No, I'm on my phone.
Okay, all right. You understand what the officer said?
Yes, Linda is, so there won't be any fines imposed. So just be the administrative costs.
The fines are waived, an administrative cost of $1,022 imposed.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Are there any respondents in the waiting room that are not here for lien reduction? If so, please use the raise hand function at this time. Any respondents who are not here for lien reduction? Good afternoon. What case are you here for?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm here for the case number with Michael Jordan, Officer Michael Jordan. And let me put my glasses on, sorry. The case number was CE 210-10742. It's under IDA Investment. And my name is Mukhtar Waza.
Okay, thank you. So we'll call that case now. Inspector Jordan. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear and affirm the truth to speak? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So our next case is on page 13. Case number CE 210100742, case address 323 Southwest 6th Street, owner Ida Investments, Inc., property posted 5/14/21, posted at City Hall 5/13/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case number CE 210100742 for the property at 323 Southwest 6th Street in the City of Fort Lauderdale. This is an RAC SMU zone multi-unit commercial property. January 23rd, 2021, the property was inspected as a result of a neighbor complaint. Was issued notices of violation for the following. Section 9-305B, landscape and poor condition with areas of dead or bare ground cover. This violation remains. Section 9-306, building exterior maintenance, finished surfaces are in poor condition with areas of dirty, missing, and or peeling paint. Section 18-12A, overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This violation also remains. 9-304B, parking surfaces in poor condition. Holes in paved area in the parking area needs maintenance, and the front and the rear of the property is in poor condition. This violation is also still in violation. The property's been re-inspected multiple times from the time of notice of violation and remains in violation as noticed. The city is requesting 35 days for compliance and $100 per day per violation thereafter.
I'm sorry, 35 days or?
35 days and $100 per day per violation thereafter, sir.
All right. On behalf of the owner?
Yes, Your Honor, I agree with that time frame. I have done most of it, so hopefully I can get that in within that deadline.
For the record, Your Honor, the respondent has been very communicative with me.
I didn't get what he said.
Oh, he said that the respondent has been in good communication with him.
Oh, okay. Very good.
And the property owner agrees to the.
Well, excellent. That's a good idea. For the record, I find each of the violations does exist. 35 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Before we begin our non-respondents, are there any respondents in the waiting room that are not here for lien reduction? Please use the raise hand function. Star 9 if you're calling in by phone. So as no hands are raised, everyone in the hearing room that remains are here for lien reduction. So now we will continue with our non-respondent cases. Our next case is on page 3. Inspector Will Snyder. Who stepped out of the room. So our next case is on page 6. Inspector Tiffany Holder. On page 6, case number CE 21030114, case address 3629 Southwest 12th Court. Owner Thomas Loftus. Property posted 5521, posted at City Hall 51321.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Special Magistrate. Inspector Tiffany Holder with the City of Fort Lauderdale. KCE 210-30114, property address 3629 Southwest 12th Court, owned by Mr. Loftus Thomas, single-family residential. The initial inspection was conducted on 3/4/21, where the following violations were observed. 47-34.4.B.1. There is an overnight parking of commercial vehicles at this RS8 residential zone location. On 3/1/21, former code officer Malakas conducted an evening inspection to confirm the violations of the vehicles being stored overnight. On 5/5/21, the property was posted with a notice of hearing. On 5/26/21, a pre-hearing inspection was conducted. The violations remain at this time. I've had several phone calls as well as in-person communication with the property owner to get him to comply. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine amount of $50 per violation. Photos were submitted for evidence.
10 days or $50?
10 days, $50 per day, correct.
And the violation does exist. 10 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 7. Inspector Tiffany Holder, case number CE 210-20297, case address 3633 Southwest 12th Court, owner Black D Properties LLC. Property posted 5/5/21, posted at City Hall 51321.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Inspector Tiffany Holder with the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 210-20297, property address 3633 Southwest 12th Court, owned by Black D Properties LLC, a family residential multi-dwelling. The property was discovered by former code officer Malakas on February 9th, 2021, where the following violations were observed. 9-304B is complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained Structural parts, including the roof, the front door and sections of the front windows in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing and peeling paint. 18-12A, parentheses A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris throughout the property. An inspection notice was posted as well as mail per BCPA records. On 5/1/21, the property was posted with the notice of hearing. On 5/26, a pre-hearing inspection was conducted where the violations remain at this time. There's been no communication with the property owners. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine amount of $50 per violation per day. Photos were submitted for evidence.
10 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Correct.
Thank you. Our next case on page 7, Inspector Tiffany Holder. Case number CE 21030224. Case address 3824 Southwest 14th Street, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Janice H. Little Living Revocable Trust. Janice Little Trustee. Property posted 5/5/21. Posted at City Hall 5/13/21.
Inspector Tiffany Holder with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case CE 21030224, property address 3824 Southwest 14th Street, units 1 through 2, owned by Miss Janice Little, residential family multi-dwelling. The property was discovered during the Sunset Civic project on 3/5/21, where the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale. 9-304 parentheses B, the driveway is not well graded and maintained. On 5/13/21, the property was posted with a notice of hearing. 5/26/21, a pre-hearing inspection was conducted, and the following violations remain at this time. Up until recently, the property owner has been in communication with me. She's been hospitalized at this time, so she was not aware of the initial inspection report. At this time, the city is requesting 91 days to comply or a fine amount of $50 per violation per day. Photos submitted for evidence.
Okay. 91 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Correct. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 3. Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 21010675. Case address 2871 North Federal Highway. Owner 2871 Federal LLC. Property posted 4/28/21. Posted at City Hall 5/13/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 21010675 for the property located 2871 North Federal Highway. This property was first inspected by former Code Officer DeAngelo Gibson on January 21st, 2021, and given 10 days to correct for the following violations. 9-305A, there is growth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching on the public right-of-way. This section was brought into compliance March 23rd, 2021. 9-306, graffiti has been painted on the exterior west wall of the occupied commercial property. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or swale. City is requesting 10 days to correct the remaining violations or a fine of $50 per day for each violation.
That's right. How many
$50
days?
per violation for each.
Right. Number of days?
10, please.
10 days?
Yes.
All right. Find the violations exist, 10 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 3, case number CE 20040123, case address 420 Lido Drive. Owners Ellard Hope and Edward Hope. Property posted 5/4/21, posted at City Hall 5/13/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 20040123 for the property located at 420 Lido Drive. This property was first inspected April 8, 2020, and given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 9-308B, The roof of this property is dirty and or stained with mildew. 9-278E, there are shutters closed against the windows of this property, preventing adequate ventilation to the outdoors. And 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing or peeling paint. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on May 26, 2021, all violations are now in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact that the violations did exist at this property.
I'm sorry, I missed the city's request.
A finding of fact that the violations existed at the property.
All right, you just want findings of fact?
They came into compliance yesterday during the inspection. Yes, sir.
Or done.
Our next case is on page 4, case number CE 2103-0063, case address 3719 Southwest 13th Court. Owner Beanhead Investments LLC, property posted 5/4/21 and posted at City Hall 5/13/21.
Good afternoon, sir. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 2103-0063 for the property located at 3719 Southwest 13th Court. This property was first inspected on March 1st, 2021, and given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at the property is leaning and detached and is not being maintained as required. This section was brought into compliance May 26, 2021. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass and lawn area. This section was brought into compliance May 26, 2021. 9-278E, there are windows obstructed from direct ventilation to the outdoors. This section was also brought into compliance May 26, 2021. 9-308B, the roof at the property is dirty or stained with mildew. And 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or the soil. The city is requesting 28 days for compliance or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Right, I find that the violations do exist. 28 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Thank you. On page 8, case number CE 20120550 has been rescheduled. Our next case is on page 9. Inspector Bover Exantis, case number CE 21020650, case address 1624 Northwest 16th Street. Owners 1624 Northwest 16th Trust. Sergio Delgadillo Velasco, trustee. Property posted 5/13/21. Posted at City Hall 5/13/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis. On behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2002-0569, property address 1624 Northwest 16th Street. This property was first inspected on February 19, 2021, and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-305B, the landscape is not being maintained. There are missing and or bare areas of lawn cover on the property and soil area. Violation 9-304B, there is vehicle unlawfully parked on the grass lawn area. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on, a pre-hearing inspection was, a notice of hearing was posted on property on May 13, 2021, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 21st, 2021, revealed as depicted in the photo. The city is requesting 63 days to correct or fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Okay, I find the violations do exist. 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Our next case on page 9, case number CE 210-30376, case address 921 Northwest 5th Street. Owner Jethro Williams Jr. Property posted 5/13/21. Posted at City Hall 5/13/21.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2103-0376, property address 921 Northwest 5th Street. Property was first inspected on March 11, 2021 by former Inspector Vaughn Malakis, and the following violation were observed. 9-306 is complied. 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. 47-34.B.1. There is unauthorized overnight parking of small trailers found parked on the front driveway at this RSA resident zone property. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 22nd, 2021, revealed as depicted in the photo. The city is requesting 7 days to correct the violation, or a fine of $50 per violation for each violation day, for each day thereafter.
I find that each remaining violation does exist. 28 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
7 days. 7 days.
7 days. Okay, 7 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 10, case number CE 21020651, case address 1820 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Panasa LLC, property posted 5/14/21, posted at City Hall 5/13/21.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis, on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 21020651, property address 1820 Lauderdale Manor Drives. This property was first inspected on February the 19th, 2021, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-305B, the landscape is not being maintained in the neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. Violation 18-1 is complied. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffit, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 18-4C is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 21st, 2021, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to correct, or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Find the violations do exist. 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Our next case on page 10, case number CE 21020782,